morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is Amanda Demopoulos, checking my comms, seeing if people can hear me okay.
I hear you great, Amanda.
Thanks now. Perfect. We'll try to keep this level. Holothurians are super charismatic. Sometimes they dance for us. I should be on OKEX if I set this up correctly.
Waiting for others to join.
Oh, yeah, that's the other part. Check, 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 1, 2, 3. Maybe survey 2. Hello, my name is Amanda. Good morning, front row. Right on. Shoreside participants, I'm getting logged into the chat right now. But as we discussed on our dive planning call yesterday, we were planning to dive in an area called an unnamed seamount near the boundary between American Samoa and the Cook Islands, or within the Cook Islands EEZ. This feature that we're going to dive on today was just recently mapped overnight, and we're going to head down to about 2,900 meters and traverse a track upslope. The terrain should be modestly steep with some good features to explore, and looking forward to seeing what we see. Maybe some sea cucumbers and some deep sea corals, hopefully a variety of all. Thanks for joining. Yeah, looks like we're approaching bottom pretty soon. Altitude's reading about 15 meters above bottom. Getting a little close to the seafloor. Gonna go take a look-see. Roger, roger. Okay. Maybe a little further away than I said. No. Everyone's excited to see the seafloor here. It'll be the first time we've been able to take a look. So we'll explore the seafloor with you all and this unnamed seamount in the Cook Islands, close to the boundary with American Samoa. I'm here with TJ, and I'm Amanda Demopoulos from the USGS, based in Gainesville, Florida. I'm a benthic ecologist, and I'm joined here by TJ. Who, you want to introduce yourself? Try that again. Good morning, TJ.
I was talking to nothing.
You're talking to me, I could hear you.
Yeah, kia ora everyone. My name is Taga Morris. Also TJ from the Cook Islands Seabed Minerals Authority. Happy to be joining y'all on this live this morning alongside Amanda for a bit until she gets relieved by Aurora. But yeah, we're excited. We're exploring a seamount in just on the west side of our Cook Islands EEZ. And yeah, stay tuned. So Amanda, do we have any I don't know, expectations or things you hope to see on this dive this morning?
Yeah, I think I am hoping to see some deep sea corals. We're headed down to an area that has relatively steep terrain, so kind of going uphill like you're going up a mountain.
Yeah.
This is an undersea mountain, and often in these deep, cold areas we find corals and sponges and other sea creatures. I also want to see if we can get some good images of fishes that we encounter down
awesome.
here.
Yeah.
But basically I'm excited to see whatever we have, whatever we get to see down on the Seamount. Every time I get to do these dives on Seamount environments, I see something new or something different. The terrain is often really, heterogeneous or varied, and that creates habitats for a variety of different animals. So I'm excited to see what we see. How about you?
Yeah, nice. I think for me, most of the RV dives I've been on, I've always seen a sponge.
Yeah, you're like,
So, I mean,
I'm good with sponges.
if there's hope, I'd love to see a sponge today.
Yeah.
Even though we saw a lot of those in the previous dive, and I'm always like,
Yeah,
we see them all the time.
Sponge.
Let's see something
More
new.
sponge. Yep.
But yeah, that would be great to see on this dive. And I guess, yeah, like you've mentioned, being on a seamount, we see a gradual increase in just more organisms with the habitat that they're in. We'll likely see a lot more animals on the seamount.
Looks like we can see the
Oh
seafloor.
yeah, almost there, just the shy way of it. Yeah, and then saying that compared to the abyss, to the deeper dives, flat terrain, it's a lot more different. But yeah, that's what I'm hoping to see.
We can start to see the seafloor and the camera view. I think this is in camera 1 for you all on the shore side.
It's looking like a bit of uplifted crusts.
And basically when the ROV reaches the seafloor, there's a number of different activities that happen before we get underway. The video and the ROV team are going to do some white balancing to make sure we get some really great imagery.
Yep.
And get some situational awareness before heading up slope. So yeah, it does look kind of like a crust material here with some little sediment drape.
Yeah.
Little fine sediment material. There we go. Sounds good, pilot. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, pilot.
Just to note, there is a sponge for TJ.
Yes! What kind of sponge is that?
Yeah, I see a stalk of a sponge, a former sponge on the far right, and then to the left you see the kind of the white ball feature, and then another stalk in front of us, which might be from a coral. So a lot of different potential animals that we'll be encountering on the dive. The sponge in front of us might be the Hylanema. It's a type of glass sponge, so we can look back at that.
Is that the round one?
Yeah, the one with a white ball top. We can look at some pictures.
Hylanema?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Sort of looks like a tulip. The glass sponges or hexactinellids have spicules or spines made out of silica, like glass. And this type or variety of sponges, we see a lot of them in the deep, deep sea. They seem to be able to thrive in the no light, low food environment through filter feeding. They pump water through their pores and trap food.
I see something on the tube sponge on the right there.
Oh yeah, there's something attached, maybe a crinoid on
Yeah.
the stalk. Yeah,
Looks
could
like
be.
it.
So right now the ROV team and video are white balancing the cameras. There's a little card on the manipulator arm that has different colors and white and black and gradient. That gives us a better representative of true color on the seafloor. Color correction is really valuable. What do you think? Our tulip-like sponge.
Oh,
Yeah,
I just put down what you mentioned, the Hylanema. I'm trying to look for the tubed one on the right there.
Yeah, it seems like that's like the stock of a former live one, so it could be maybe a variety of different glass sponges. Yeah.
Maybe not that one. maybe it probably did Euplectilidae.
Could be. That's, yeah, Euplectellids are a type of glass sponge. They create those stalks made out of silica that helps them anchor to the seafloor. Silica is a major component of glass.
It's amazing to see the structure of the sponge and how they build themselves.
Right. That's
It's
architecture.
Like yeah, it's crazy.
And they're a home for so many different other organisms, right? It's just a little apartment complex built up off the seafloor.
Yeah, if I was a deep sea organism, I'd want to live there. Oh, I have her in.
Yeah, I guess before you guys lift off, if we could get a zoom in on the white sponge on the left, just to get a good visual on that one. And then there's also an animal on the right, if we want to take a look at that. Thanks.
Oh, maybe it's Hicks.
Yep, hexactinella.
Hexactinella, that's the one.
Yep. This one is a type of glass sponge, as TJ was mentioning, hexactinella. Yeah, if you could zoom in on the. That's great.
Nice.
Perfect. Taking a closer look at this glass sponge, sort of a typical critter that we're finding in the deep sea at these depths. And we're getting a closer view. You can see all of the holes or pores, pore spaces the sponge uses to help with their filter feeding, pumping water through its system to capture food. And yeah, Pilot, that's good for me for a zoom. All set there. That's great. And then on the right, there was a little, I think a crinoid sticking on the top of a dead stalk. It's just out of view on the right. They're coming into view right now. Pilot's doing a good job pirouetting around to this little dead stalk of likely a glass sponge. And I'll take a closer look at this animal that's kind of perched on the tippy top. Yeah, looks like a crinoid or feather star, it's a common name, hanging out at the top. Each of its limbs are sort of hanging out in the water column, able to trap food. They sit up above the seafloor so they can get in where all the action is and have access to their food. Oh, nice. It looks like there's at least two crinoids hanging out here. See the arms of the crinoid are oh yeah, looks like a tiny one. Wow, it's quite the community. And then there's a tube descending down on the upper right. Might be a type of polychaete. That's neat. That could be a feathered feather duster worm. A neat polychaete. Wow, sorry. It's never too early for puns. yeah, you can see the arms of the feather dusters have these really tiny appendages and tiny apparatus to help capture food floating past. Like tiny sieves or strainers. Looks like there's a polychaete maybe on one of those, another part of the crinoid. Oh, there's so many of them here. It's quite the little community hanging out on this dead sponge. Yeah, yeah. Looks like an umbrella or a palm tree almost. This is great video, thanks. Oh, nice. Yeah, these images will be helpful to our taxonomists who are back on land to help identify these. Yeah, there's lots and lots. Yeah, yeah. Both the in and the out. And then you can see there's like a little amphipod swimming around as well, a little crustacean. Oh, it's great. Great job, front row. Those are good. I think that's good for now. Thank you so much. Looks like we might be seeing some dead coral skeletons as well, so it might be a hint of something up ahead. As we head up slope, we might see some live corals. Well, this terrain is a bit varied as we're traversing the seafloor, heading upslope a bit. It's kind of rubbly texture with some fine sediment drape and then sort of this crusty material. Every now and then we see what looks like either sponge or coral stalks. They might have been transported down slope. Some of them are still attached to the seafloor, and then as we were imaging earlier, you could see that a lot of different animals are using those dead stalks as a home. every now and then you can see 2 red dots or lasers. Those lasers are 10 centimeters apart. They're really useful for helping us estimate measurements of either animals or rocks, nodules if we encounter them. Provides us a way to scale. Also, people who are going to be reviewing the video later can use it to help estimate sizes of animals that we're encountering. Oh, interesting. Sort of a pile of stalks have accumulated along the base of this crust material. Looks like it's ferromanganese iron oxide crust, typical of these deep sea environments. Looks like we are coming upon another stalked sponge or hexactinellid. We saw one earlier on in the dive, got some good imagery. It's a great view from Sirius, looking down at D2. You can see that sort of crust feature running along the full length of the screen. Looks like the crust is, thicker than 10 centimeters, plus or minus. Best guess, obviously the sediment drape, that sort of thin sediment veneer is maybe obscuring a deeper section. So. Another sponge on the lower right part of the screen that we're passing over. Different kind of sponge. Another glass sponge. NOAA has this really fabulous benthic deep water animal identification guide, and it's basically an organized accumulation of a lot of images collected over time from either D2 or other ROVs of the animals that we've encountered in the deep sea. So I'm using that to try to refine our identifications of the different animals we're looking at today, and we'll try to keep you all up to speed with what we think we might be seeing. But of course our IDs are tentative out here. We will have taxonomists on shoreside further review the images and provide better identifications in the future, if they can. But we're learning a lot about the deep sea every time we dive. Often we see something new or different, and a lot of the animals are undescribed. Oh, there's your sea cucumber, everybody, on the right. I know there was an interest in seeing a holothurian down here. Sort of pink in color. Pink, it's pink. Doesn't it look pink to you? Oh. Yeah, this sea cucumber or holothurian. It's another kind of echinoderm. We consider them like vacuum cleaners of the deep sea. They essentially use their modified tube feet to feed on the sediment that you see in front of it. They pick it up. They're really highly selective for that organic material that they need as their nutrition, and they process a lot of it. So vacuum cleaners sucking up, selecting and feeding, and then pooping out their as they process their food. That's a great zoom of this sea cucumber, deep sea holothurian. They're highly adapted to select food very carefully and capture the organic rich bits. So they're very selective and picky. But they process a lot of material and they move relatively slowly, or some of these species can move really slowly over time. It's good close-up view of this holothurian. Nice. It's good for me. Thank you, folks. Front row called out sea cucumber is on their watch list, so we got that. Another sponge up ahead. I'm going to keep moving along the track. Well, the water is super chilly down here. It's 1.8 degrees C. Dissolved oxygen's about 3.3, so a little lower than what we were doing or finding on our previous deep dive. from place to place in terms of these parameters, all of the data that we're gathering with the CTD, or conductivity, temperature, depth sensors on the vehicle, provide us an understanding of the different kinds of water masses that bathe these seamounts at different depths. There's another type of glass sponge coming into view, more along the lines of the shape of a vase, maybe a type of euplectellid. Get another, looks like a glass sponge, dead glass sponge stalk that also is a home for some crinoids, like we saw early on in the dive. And we're coming into view with some more of this crust material. Yeah, the front row uses a variety of different tools and sensors to help safely drive the vehicles upslope. There's something that they use called a scanning sonar, and that essentially gives us a window into the future, what's ahead of us. It does these swaths across the seafloor and can give us an indication if there's something hard up ahead. Keeps us from running into them. Oh, there's some coral in the lower right screen, Pilot. I don't know if you can slow down to look at that. Yeah, there's a coral in the lower right. It's sort of pale white. Oh, great. Right on. Thank you. It's the first coral that I've seen on the dive so far. Really pale in color. ROV set down, and in a bit we're going to take a closer look. Nice. Sure. Oh, yeah, I could do that. great. Yeah, right on. Thanks, now. That sounds good. I'm going to trade out to my co-watch lead, Aurora, and come back a little later. So looking forward to it. Thanks for taking some good imagery of the coral that we see in view right now, and we'll keep proceeding up slope.
Thanks, Amanda. TJ's back, and we're now swapping over Amanda with Aurora. So thank you so much, Amanda, for narrating our live in the last couple of minutes. I have been popping my head in and out, so I'm sure I've missed a lot of amazing things.
Kia ora. This is Aurora from NOAA Ocean Exploration, joining the watch as watch lead, swapping over from my colleague Amanda Demopoulos from USGS, and we are live from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We are currently in Cook Islands waters, sort of on the near the western edge of Cook Islands waters. The ROV you're seeing live is called Deep Discoverer. It is a two-body system with another ROV called Sirius. So depending on what view you're looking at, if you see the ROV itself, then you're looking at the camera from Sirius. And if you see just the beautiful seabed, then that's the video footage facing front from Deep Discoverer, or D2 as we call it. Right now, we are right about 2,900 meters water depth, and we are headed up, I think, just a little bit shallower as we go along here. We're near the top of an unnamed seamount, and we're here to do some exploration in an area that's never been seen before. So what we're seeing right now is sort of a pebbly seabed. It's covered in small, I would guess, micro nodules. The two little red dots in the center of your screen are lasers that are pointed straight ahead, and the distance between them is 10 centimeters. So it gives you an idea of how large things are on the seabed. Okay, TJ, what's that thing on the right?
That's I'm going to say a Simperella. a Samparella, which is part of the hexactinellid sponge guys.
And we are seeing just a seabed really covered in small, I would assume, polymetallic nodules. It looks like each of the nodules could be sort of a centimeter in size. We don't know exactly what kind of rocks they are until we bring a sample up from the bottom of the ocean to the ship and then onward to a research lab to analyze its chemistry. But given where we are and what we've seen from the last few days, I think they're probably polymetallic nodules. What do you think, TJ?
Yep, I think so too, Aurora. Spot on.
And we have seen some interesting macrofauna in the first few minutes of this dive, including a sea pig and I think a few different types of coral. And right in front of us,
Looks like a larger glass sponge having a bit of a rest on the seabed.
yeah, in relaxation mode. Oh, there's something that looks a little red and neat in the upper left of the camera view.
Shrimp.
He's very red.
Yeah.
Oh,
There
here he goes. Yeah, gosh, he is so red. Okay, we're getting a nice zoom in on our shrimp friend here.
With his big white eyes.
Yeah. When the lasers pass across some of him, he looks pretty technicolor, doesn't he? Like he's a disco shrimp. But that's just the lasers. That's not color on the creature.
No
Doing great video.
worries.
Watch
Yeah,
lead to
another
nav. This, uh, this looks like a pretty consistent pavement of small nodules. Would it be possible to collect a scoop? Sure, sure. Doesn't have to be anywhere that works. Thanks. Okay, so we are lining up for a sample attempt. This is a really choreographed dance that we do. In order to collect a sample from almost 3,000 meters under the waves, we've got a team of think, 49 folks out on a big ship in the middle of the Pacific. That group of team members includes the ROV team, pilots and navigators. It includes a video team. We chatty people on the back row are part of the science team. And we're here to help you understand what we're looking at and also to direct the sampling and the operations of where the ROV can go so we can maximize our learning opportunity on the seabed. Also on the ship, we've got members of the NOAA Corps who operate the ship and all of its logistics. We've got cooks and engineers and winch drivers, and you name it. Everyone's got really, really dedicated skills working together to make these kind of expeditions successful. And for this particular cruise, we have 2 Cook Islanders on board with us, TJ, who's on the mic, and Chloe, who will be joining you when her watch starts in another few hours.
Hey, hey, hey.
We've seen a lot more biology today than yesterday.
Yep.
And the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you excited?
I'm very excited. I finally get to see the sponges that I always see in all the other previous RV dives I've been on.
Yeah.
So that was a bit heartwarming for me. It's great to see them again. Welcome back.
And TJ's a biologist. I'm a geologist. I don't know how many different species of sponge have we seen so far. What do you think?
Well, I think on this dive, since we've been at bottom, I'd say maybe about 3 to 4 different sponges.
Okay, we are gearing up for our first sample of this dive. This is our 4th dive in the Cook Islands on this cruise, EX2605. The pilots are working to get in proper position, and you'll see the remote controlled arm coming down into view now to pick
Correction,
up
EX2605.
26. Oh, sorry. Thank you, TJ.
You're all good.
This is like a claw machine at the fair on steroids. they're doing it miles down into the seabed. Takes a lot of concentration. We should probably be quiet. Okay, so we're going to learn a lot by just watching this scoop be collected. These smaller nodules are sitting on and in finer grained sediment on the seafloor. And we're not sure right now whether they're sort of crusted together or whether they're more like little pebbles each on their own.
Yep. I think we'll know a lot more once the scoop gets in there. Oh, that's awesome. Cookies and cream ice cream, anyone?
I was just thinking about ice cream. My very first job was scooping ice cream, and the scoop, you know, kind of similar. And by the end of the summer, I had one Popeye forearm. So
Wow.
just from taking scoops all the time, I was just thinking this arm is probably much stronger than mine was when I was 15.
Oh, what a great scoop.
Yeah.
That's great. The children are going to be happy. Children as in us, Aurora.
Oh, okay, once the scoop is collected like this, that's only half the battle, because then that sample has to get back into a very specific box back on the ROV. So the boxes are sliding out now. And the other thing we just saw is once the scoop was taken, there were no more nodules underneath it. It was definitely all of this material sitting proud on the surface, as we
Yep.
say. Like definitely did not appear that there were nodules all mixed through the sediment as much
Yep.
as just right on tippy top. And that's pretty common with big nodules, but interesting that it is sort of behaving the same for these smaller ones. Okay, so the scoop is turning around, and some of the other views, if you're looking at the multi-view, will probably show you a close-up of that sample turning around over the box. And you can see the pilot's really carefully, slowly moving that unconsolidated sediment into one of the boxes so we can examine it.
watch lead to video.
Thanks so much, pilots. That was great. We can proceed. Head on whenever you guys are ready. Should we consider that starboard inner box is maybe received some of that sediment, or do you think that's open for use later? Okay. Yep. Perfect. Thanks so much. Watch lead to video. We're done with the sample. That was 4G. We're ready to move on. Thanks so much, guys. Awesome job, pilots. Oh, is that another sponge, TJ? That looks like a sponge to me down in the bottom.
Yep. It sure is.
Is that a glass sponge?
Yes. Correct. It is a glass sponge.
All right, for those of you just joining, we are live from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We are in the waters of the Cook Islands, and our ROV D2 is currently at 2,895 meters below the surface of the ocean. And we're seeing, just a field of small, probably polymetallic nodules. We're at the top of a seamount. This has never been explored to our knowledge. So everything we're seeing from the first time, and this is a first for science here, which is really exciting. We just collected our first sample of this dive, which was a geologic scoop sample. And now the ROV pilots and navigator are continuing along our flight path. Okay, we've got some other. Oh, no, just a little. There's sort of some interspersed areas where there aren't nodules. I thought it was a sponge, but I think it's just a bit of sand.
Yeah.
But we've got another one coming up ahead.
And I guess we're starting to see a lot of the common sponges. So we had our round tulip-looking sponges, and we had our more polymer body, elongated tube-like sponges. And as Aurora has mentioned before, these are all glass sponges um,
And
that featured skeletons made up of
Silica, yeah.
spicules. Yeah.
And sometimes in the sediment we find that silica preserved, so we know there must have been some glass sponges.
Yeah. And myself and Amanda were just mentioning, I think at the beginning of when we reached bottom, that, you know, a lot of these sponges, you can kind of, I guess, characterize them as, what's the word called? Genie architectures. Just because looking at their form and their shape, the way they were made, is amazing. Quite amazing. And I said, if I was a deep sea organism, I'd live there.
You'd be a glass sponge.
No, I would live in it.
You'd live in it. Is this true?
Glass sponges have a...
Internet says glass sponges have an average lifespan of around 10,000 years. That seems crazy. Is that true? Okay, there's another tall one in the back we're going across.
Yeah, and I guess, folks, if you hop on over to camera 3, you get a view of Sirius, and you can just kind of map out where the sponges are from that wider view.
Okay, we've noticed a difference. Ooh, little gray sponge down the bottom. We've kind of entered a different type of background geology here. We've moved from sort of a blanket of maybe 2 to 3 centimeter nodules into an area that has larger kind of crusted nodules. It almost looks like the back of an alligator to me. That looks like an alligator. very lumpy and bumpy with some soft sediment interspersed, but I would guess that many of these are more kind of crusted together. So I'm glad we took a sample when we did, when they were not quite so densely covering.
Yeah, and I guess now we're starting to see a bit of a change in the seafloor, in the substrate. We're getting a lot more kind of bigger, irregular looking nodules compared to the gradual pebble ones that we've seen before, but it looks like we're heading back into it.
Yeah, there's sort of a little difference in geology there for a minute. We're now at 2,890 meters, so we're working our way up towards the top of the seamount.
And we got a sponge just on the top right.
The one way in the distance?
Yep.
That's your favorite tulip.
It's either a tulip or a more flatter. I guess a disc looking like sponge.
Sort of looks like a pipe a little bit at the top.
It's hard to tell from this distance.
Do you want to... Oh, that sponge in the distance is really neat because it's on
It's a lot better.
Anchored to like the only big rock that we've seen. And so this is a sessile organism, which means it's planted. It's anchored to the seabed, unlike a lot of marine organisms that kind of float around or swim around.
Yeah, and you find a majority of these sponges concrete themselves to nodules, kind of like the hardest substrate to be a bit more grounded.
Okay, the pilots are doing a shift change, so D2's in sort of resting mode for a moment. Then new pilots will come in. Okay. And we're going to do a shift change too. Thanks for listening.
Yep, as Aurora mentioned, it is now lunchtime, so we'll be switching back in a couple more minutes. But please enjoy the narration from Dr. Amanda and our Cook Island scientist, Chloe Ragg. Be back in a bit. So yeah, folks, just on the left side of the sponge seems to look like a white translucent polythyrene, which is a deep sea cucumber. And it looks like there's also a little guy on the glass sponge itself.
It looks like same kind of glass sponge that we were looking at early on in the dive. Mm. Yeah, I'm curious what's at the top of this. There's another animal that's attached to the sponge. You can see it's sort of orange on the right side of the screen. It might be a benthic ctenophore, not sure. Have to take a look. Oh, there's another one down there. Is that max zoom video, actually? Is that... video, is that your max zoom? Video watch lead. Can you hear me on OKEX? Thanks. Was that your max zoom? We were trying to figure out what that orange creature was. Okay, fantastic. Are you hearing me on OKEX? How about anyone in the back row?
Yeah, I can hear you at survey 2.
Okay. Yeah, we have some confirmation from the shore side that it looks like it's a benthic ctenophore. These orange objects that were imaging on the sponge itself. Ctenophores are called comb jellies, and some of them are associated with the seafloor, also known as being benthic. Ooh. has a lot of variation in color. We're zooming in on this benthic ctenophore comb jelly that's attached to the sponge stock. And it has some orange and red coloration to it, seems like. There we go. Really pretty animal. That's great. Thanks, video. Thanks, front row. Awesome. It's a benthic ctenophore. Yeah. You can put CTE for short. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. There are two of them. That was neat. So it looks like you guys got a scoop earlier on in the dive. Seeing a sponge coming up into view. As we're making way upslope, vehicles moving up the side of the western flank of an unnamed seamount in the western edge of the Cook Islands, EEZ, or Exclusive Economic Zone. I'm here with Chloe, and my name is Amanda Demopoulos. I'm from the U.S. Geological Survey based in Gainesville, Florida, at the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center. Chloe, you want to introduce yourself?
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Chloe Anirag, and I'm a scientist with the Cook Islands Seabed Minerals Authority.
Yeah, we're seeing these what look like dead stalks of glass sponges. So it's basically what's left over after the sponge has died, and that creates a habitat for other animals. Rachel, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, hello world. My name is Rachel Simon. I am a data, video, telepresence systems engineer with the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute. Sort of a rare guest in the front row here, being from more of an engineering background than the science. But as we kind of get our new systems up and ready, sitting in the back row to help facilitate data management and just keep an overall eye on the myriad of technical systems we operate here.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. It definitely takes quite a few people to make this work happen, and making the operations go smoothly on all fronts, including the data side, is not a simple task. So I appreciate your help and support. A lot of hard work, long hours. The vehicles are moving upslope, as I mentioned. At some point, it'd be interesting if maybe the Cook Islands communities would be interested in possibly naming this feature in the future. There's a process to do that, I'm sure, but I think that would be great to name it now that it's been mapped. Now we're coming up to another glass sponge. I was seeing this earlier. No, pilot. We've seen it before, but thanks for asking. We'll just keep rolling. Thanks. Yeah, it's another stock of a sponge as well. And it looks like, I don't know, when you guys were scooping earlier, did you watch the scoops, Rachel, when they did the scoop? Did you watch the scoop happen when they were collecting? I was curious what it was like when they were trying to get the material, or if it was loose.
There was actually, so we have 2 data people on this trip. So this was earlier in the dive. It was Bailey's first time sitting in the seat over here.
Right on.
So the last trip I was on, everyone was on the same party line. And so here we have different ones for ROV operations versus OKEX. So we would always have to like pause for ROV traffic.
Gotcha.
But
I'm curious if this material is easy to scoop up, or if it was kind of sort of cemented in place. Do you want to come off mute?
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Amanda, because these look a little bit like polymetallic nodule crusts.
They're sort of varied in shape and texture.
Yeah.
Do you need it?
Testing.
And for viewers at home, we can see 2 sets of lasers right now, red and green. And they're both 10 centimeters apart. We use those for estimating scale and size, whether of the animals or of the geology. So it's great for giving us an estimate of the size of nodules or other rock features, and any animals that we come across. And as you can see, we keep changing the texture of the seafloor as we traverse the seamount, so it's got a lot of variety. And that variety is a home to lots and lots of different creatures, some of which you can't see. They're living within the sediments or that sort of lighter colored sand material that you see on the screen.
And if you're looking at the view from Sirius, the ROV is moving from what sort of uniform small nodule crust terrain into more, what term would you use?
Sort of varied rocky substrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a better term. I was going to say jagged.
Yeah, jagged sounds good. Yeah, you can see that transition zone between those two.
But there's still some interspersed off those small crust-like rocks that we assume are polymetallic nodules, but we can't confirm unless until we take further look at the samples that we've collected.
Last year when we were out here with the Nautilus, we used a little ROV to explore the abyssal plain environments and seamounts within the Cook Islands, but in a different part of the Cook Islands EEZ, where I'm curious about whether we're going to see some of the same kinds of animals and habitat types in this area down in the southern segment of the Cook Islands. So far we've seen a few sponges and sea cucumbers, at least one coral colony, and crinoids. They all resemble some of the animals that we saw last year, so that's neat. Our taxonomists and benthic experts on shoreside will help us annotate the data. Yep, some more dead sponge in view, and then really, like, it looks like thin crust, the crust material sort of varies in thickness, maybe, and texture. Yeah, thanks. Sounds good, pilot.
We're at about 2,860 meters depth on the slope of an unnamed seamount to the west of our Cook Islands EEZ. So the two dots
that's
on the
interesting.
screen, two red laser dots, are 10 centimeters apart. Oh, that's an interesting.
I don't know what that is.
Is
I don't know if
that
it's like a dead
fossilized. Yep.
Yeah. Something?
Yeah, fossilized.
Maybe coral skeleton or something else. I can't tell if it's wide or narrow. Does it look more like a plate, pilot, or? Yeah, it looks like some sort of spines coming off the top.
And then you can see fine grain sediment.
Yeah, it seems pretty characteristic of these areas so far. I mean, we haven't done a lot of dives and collected that much sediment, but it's sort of that calcareous material, really fine, fine sediment.
On seamounts
And
at shallower depths.
composed of the sort of skeletons of organisms that were once living.
You can see what looks like a thin layer of crust
It does
that's
look a
formed
thin
on
layer,
the hard
yeah.
substrate to the right. Well, I wouldn't say thin. The
Oh,
ROV's
interesting.
just gone over it.
And I guess that texture on the rocks that we're seeing, the larger features, they call it botryoidal, sort of grape-like is I guess that's the word, the Greek word for grapes, sort of lumpy texture, botryoidal. I'm not a geologist, but I know a little bit about geology. We could do one more Zoom ROV and then we'll pilot and then we'll just move on. It does look like it's more
Thin.
plate, like a thin plate. Yeah. Interesting. Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Thanks. Thanks, team. That's great. Curious. So now the seafloor seems more kind of cemented, like rather than loose nodules or loose rocks, seems more like a pavement. ROV is doing really nice slow moves upslope, give us the maximum chance of gathering information. And then video and front row, every now and then I see sort of like a translucent stock, which may be a coral, so you might see it better than I do quicker. So next time we see one, I'll try to shout out, but please be on the lookout. Yeah, sometimes the video sees everything before I do. It's like X-ray vision. Brian, are you hearing me okay today? Okay, cool. Thanks. So we did test out the scoop earlier and collected a sample in one of our bio boxes, which will hopefully give us some material to analyze hard substrates, the rocks for geochemistry, maybe a little bit of sediment for analysis as well. We're coming up on some more sponges.
Oh, look at that. Two beautiful glass sponges
That's right.
slowly coming into the foreground. It's interesting, we're seeing again sort of uniform small crust terrain.
Yeah, there's a crinoid on the glass sponge on the left on the stalk. I know, it's sort of bent over. Yeah, what are you guys feeling an appreciable current right now, RV? Or no? Not much? Oh, okay. That's neat. Yeah, these are glass sponges. This is a characteristic glass sponge, hexactinellid, and earlier on in the dive we were getting some great views of the crinoids. These they're a type of echinoderm that are attached and living on the stalk of the glass sponge, hanging out in the water column, grabbing food as it flows past them. Oh, no worries. That's fine. Pore is basically periphery for the phylum, and then hex is great. So hex is even better. So these are two crinoid echinoderms. They're basically attached to the stalk of the sponge. And their arms are sort of hanging out in the water column, allowing them to trap food. So these are more closely related to sea cucumbers, and they're all part of the echinoderm phylum. It's great. Great imagery, front row. We're no. That's great, front row. I think that's good. We can move along. Thank you so much. So Nav, can you approximate how much ground we've covered so far on this dive? Thank you. Yeah. Wow. Right on. 140 meters. Cool. What do you guys know what our approximate off bottom time is going to be? Yep. A lot of variation in the seafloor here, which is seeing short distances. Roger that, Nav. Thanks so much. Okay. Whoa, what are we looking at? Looks like we got a little face of a shelf. Yeah. Yeah, TJ, we've got 3 more hours of bottom time.
You said 3 more hours.
3 more hours of bottom time. That's what Nav
Nice.
estimates. And I'm going to trade out. We got lunch. People are back from lunch,
Yeah,
so I
thanks,
will
Amanda.
sign off. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Chloe.
Talk to you later.
I can't hear you.
Okay, Aurora and TJ are back on the comms. We are still on a seamount, currently 2,880 meters water depth, and we're looking at sort of a massive wall. Very dark geology, could be crusted in polymetallic oxide, ferromanganese oxide. There's glass sponges hanging off the wall and also growing on the top of it, which is interesting.
Yeah, and I guess Aurora on the right side, on the more lower terrain, you see more of the pebbled nodules, whereas on top of this more so looking uplifted crust, it's a lot less with a bit more sediment. Um, and yes, as you've mentioned before, we're seeing a lot of sponges, glass sponges on top of that uplifted crust area, as well as on the sides of the crust as well.
Oh, there's another sponge. Okay, so we're back onto kind of the pebble-sized, likely ferromanganese nodules.
Mm-hmm.
And we're continuing to head up the seamount.
Yeah, and as you would have seen, folks, we started at a depth of around about 2,900 meters. So we're now just slowly heading up the seamount.
Oh, there's a neat one.
Yeah, that's great.
Another glass sponge in view. Okay, I think that last sponge was a Semperella or something similar, according to...
Semperella, thank you, chat.
Thanks, Steve. There's another sponge off into the distance there.
Yeah, a couple of them coming up.
And more and more. This is kind of sponge city over here. Ooh, that's a pretty one.
Oh, that is.
Right down on the bottom, right as D2 is driving over it. That sponge looks like a goblet, like a wine glass almost. And some more.
Yeah, I think these are more of the Semperella sponges that we're seeing. Quite dominant in this area because we've seen a couple of them as soon as we've hit bottom.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great to see how we see a consistency of these Simperella glass sponges on this seamount, even as we get a lot more shallower, a couple of 100 meters.
Do you see them in lots of other places where there have been dives in the Cook Islands? I don't remember seeing many last year.
Yeah, not so much in the last couple of dives. I think the more common ones would be the tulip, more rounded, like sponges that we saw quite often.
Yeah. Chat is commenting that it seems like there's sort of different species of sponge on the sort of nodule fields compared to some of those larger hard substrates. There's something right in the middle of our screen just now, like a unicorn horn. I'm not a biologist, but I'm guessing it's not a unicorn horn. Is that a fossil sponge?
It seems to be. I'm gonna go with that, Aurora.
Anyone on the chat know what that just was that flashed by? Oh, and for our other listeners, scientific experts from around the world are able to join in and help us work through dives through a special chat feature. So we're really grateful for their expertise. I'm especially grateful because I'm not a biologist. So I'm never going to know any of these species, but it's great to hear from them.
Yeah, and I'm also grateful because I am a marine biologist, still in training, so I'm learning so much as I go.
Okay, we've got another sort of large rock formation over to the left. And there's sort of a white one that's a similar shape.
Yeah, just hiding beneath the little
that overhang.
Yeah.
Video, would it be possible to zoom in on that, those two objects under the overhang of that rock? That must be a sort of a crust there, I think. I asked if you might be able to zoom in a little bit on those two lighter features under the overhang of that crust. If possible.
On the right side, just as you move up, there's like two lighter tubular looking.
Further to the right?
Yep,
just
so
a little below
lasers.
that. Just below the kind of overhang of that little rock, almost underneath the rock that the red lasers are currently on. Yep, exactly down there. There's something that looks, could be maybe a branching coral. Sponge on the right.
We'll probably wait to zoom in a bit more. Yeah, if we can get one for the bottom and just the other on top as well.
Yep.
Either a...
Ah. Watch lead to video. That's great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, guys. It's either a dead stalk of a previous glass sponge or a wood of some sort.
Yeah, I think it might just be a stick. Oh, there's
I mean,
sort of a...
Yeah, and I mean, if you look on the left side of it, it seems it might have been concreted to something else. I mean, that's the only other reason
Yeah.
why I would have said it could have been a... It's on the far upright pilot, that tube looking, yep, that's the one.
Yeah, that looks like fossilized
Yeah.
silica.
Yeah.
Interesting. You can see all the silica fibers.
Yep.
Watch lead to video. That looks awesome. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that's great. We can see more of the details of the glass spicules from the sponge, which again takes us back to how amazing these organisms are at, building themselves.
Watch lead to nav and video. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, we're starting to see more fossil sponges on the left side as we're kind of going alongside this little slope that we have in front of us.
Front row, that's correct. Okay, we're at 2,870 meters and preparing for a larger move of the ROV, which requires the ship to also move accordingly. That's why I said this is like a choreographed dance. Everyone has to play their part and be all coordinated.
Yeah, and I guess something to mention is we've seen a couple of these glass sponges. We know that they are habitat creators for deep sea nurseries. They build kind of complex, rigid places or hiding places or nursing areas to shelter a lot of other smaller marine organisms. And they also provide a kind of symbiotic host for species like the Euplactella that we've previously seen a couple of minutes ago, with either smaller shrimps and other smaller organisms.
We're in sort of a larger, more characteristic nodule size, or we were, and now we're moving back into those smaller ones.
Yep.
Maybe next time we see some of the larger nodules, we should try to take a
Yeah, that'd be great.
geologic sample. Ah, another sponge in the distance.
Yeah, and
We
I
are
guess
currently at 2,870 meters. Sorry, TJ.
I know. I was just gonna say I wouldn't have expected quite a bit of this flat terrain of like pebble-like nodules on a seamount.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting.
And even shallower than the one we
Yeah,
saw the other day,
yeah.
which was 3,500 meters,
Yeah, exactly.
and had, I would say, less nodules, but
Mhm.
still quite a lot more than we would have expected.
Yeah.
This one's pretty chock full.
Yeah, and if folks joining in our live are wondering where we're at, we're on the west side of the Cook Islands exclusive economic zone, just on a seamount near the border of American Samoa. Um, Sorry, video, could you confirm where these little translucent on the right bottom screen? Yeah, I mean, if we can get a zoom on that video, that'd be awesome. Yep, small little glass sponges. Nice one. I'm guessing as they, begin their start of formation, they're a lot lighter and probably a bit more fragile. Because as you've seen in the more older looking ones, they're a lot more brighter and with their white colors, a lot more solid. I mean, what do you think, chat? Happy to for input.
Okay, geologically, we're moving from that sort of pebbly nodule cover to much less coverage and far more just sediment. So it looks sandy or silty, fine-grained, pretty calcareous. So a lot of calcium carbonate, and there are some larger chunks of rocks in there. It looks like we're headed back up to, that's a nice shot, headed back up to one of those sort of crust plateaus. And on top is a beautiful glass sponge.
Yep.
What do you think, TJ? Should we try to collect it?
That might be
Be pretty
bit
fragile.
too big.
Too big. I think this one's like a poppy shape almost.
Yeah.
Okay, oh great. So the lasers are now showing 10 centimeters across, so the whole creature is about 20 or more centimeters across for the sponge. Much larger than most of the ones we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Watch lead to video. Would it be possible to zoom in a little bit more on the top? Oh. Watch lead. Thanks, video. Watch lead. That's so no need from my end. Oh. There's some biologic associates, I think we would call them.
Yeah.
How that structure is really wild. I think the orange bits are not part of the sponge, right, TJ? Those would be some other little tiny.
Yeah. We saw a couple of these on the last bunch just before I left.
Wait, are they
for
ostracods?
lunch. Ostracods.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. You guys are getting so close. Oh, look at that white spiral coming out of the one on the right.
Yeah.
Chat is telling me that on this sponge are benthic ctenophores.
Ctenophores, that's the word.
And also that there are small microgastropods on the lower right, so I wasn't too far off with ostracods. I think ostracods are part of the gastropod family. Wow. Oh, thanks so much, pilots and video. That's super cool.
That looks cool.
Are those different phases of the same species growth, or do you think they might be different species from each other?
That's
It
a
almost
very
looks like
interesting question.
it might be
Laura.
like a baby, an adult, and then a teenager from left to right.
We're probably seeing 3 phases of its life
Three phases of
cycle.
life.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh. So we don't have our lasers, but each of those must be, oh, I don't know, like a tenth of a centimeter? A few millimeters at most?
Yeah.
They're teeny, teeny. Even though that,
Or maybe even...
and there's the gastropods over to the
Yeah.
right, little snail shells.
That is awesome.
A C.
C.
Ctenophore starts with C.
Yeah.
Yep. So, okay, this is definitely, I shouldn't say definitely, this looks to me like 3 stages of life for this little gastropod. All the way to the right looks like a little baby, and then maybe a teenager, and the oldest one closest to us. What do you think?
Yep. I think so too.
Yeah, sorry, Nev. Well, that was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was awesome.
If it
Thanks,
was
front row.
If it was a bit smaller, it would have been a really
Yeah.
great one to collect.
Exactly. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, well done for that sponge. Good little micro community.
Yeah, so a ctenophore is a deep sea associate, which is a flat slug-like or lobe-shaped animal belonging to a phylum Ctenophora rather than a free-swimming plankton. It usually is found clinging to the glass sponges.
Yeah, thanks so much, all. That was really great imagery. Such a neat creature there. Okay, we're now on sort of a polymetallic crust. And it looks like there's a sponge hanging right on the precarious edge of that crust. Okay, we just saw that we're on top of a crust because we just kind of came up its little wall there to be on top of the crust layer, but the crust is now itself covered in those pebble-sized nodules. Oh, I think we've got a dramatic scene right in the middle here. That looks like a glass sponge was rooted to the rock and has fallen over. It's been a felled sponge.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look dissimilar to the stick we were talking about earlier. AI said they can live for 10,000 years, those big sponges. I don't know if I believe that, but it would be a very long time. Yeah, sure. Watch lead to nav and pilot.
Oh, nice. Octocoral.
This might be a good spot if it is convenient for you guys to stop. We could potentially grab that coral and maybe one of these larger nodules to compare with the smaller ones we got earlier. Only if it works for you. So it's a little, if you're watching on a phone, it'll be a little bit hard to see, but there's a bamboo coral right in the bottom center of the view here. They're working to center that coral, and we're going to attempt to collect a sample. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Oh, I'm sorry, you could scoop it if you want, or you could manually pick it up if that's an easier way to grab them. I would guess that these rocks are not connected to each other. They look not cemented.
Watch lead to video. We're just doing a sample attempt now.
This will be sample O2 bio if successful.
O402B.
Oh, we're getting a nice zoom in on the structure of that bamboo coral and all the feather-like structures.
Oh yeah. You can see the polyps are, compared to the ones we saw in probably, I think, dive 3 or 2, the polyps are a lot more elongated on this one.
And pink.
Yeah. Less fleshier.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Chad is telling us this isn't a bamboo coral. This is a primnoid octocoral
Primnoid octocoral. Thank you,
of the
Steve.
genus Macroprimnoa.
Go ahead, pilot.
It looks like we might already have a sample in our reference library from a previous cruise. but it would still be interesting to collect if you have a few minutes to try. Let's give the rock a try, but if it's too stuck, then a clipping would be great. TJ, did you get the genus estimation?
Macroprimnoa. Macroprimnoa.
So chat's saying that this Macroprimnoa is distinguished from other primnoid genera by having some of the largest polyps in the family, which TJ spotted right away.
Yeah.
So pilots and navigator are working into position, and their first attempt is going to be to pick up the likely polymetallic nodule with the Macroprimnoa attached and bring both of them up to the surface in one of the bio boxes. But that's pretty tricky, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, the pilots are bringing out D2's arm, and we're going to attempt to pick up a rock or two.
Probably just give it a bit of a nudge.
Yeah, we'll see if it's attached to the
Yeah.
underlying rocks or not. Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
it's off.
Okay, since the coral is disconnected from the rock, they're now they're now working to pick it up without the rock attached, and it's pretty fragile. Okay, so oh, silent to pilot. That big rock you're right in front of would also be great to have from a geology perspective. If you want to give that a try, it could then be out of the way for the coral, but up to you if that would be helpful. Oh, I think he's, oh, it's so close. A little fish just swam by. Yeah. Okay, we're working to get this macroprimnoa into one of the bio boxes.
inner. Nice one. Confirming that's port inner. Awesome, thank you. Video just advising we're confirming sample collected.
Perfect. Yeah. Whatever looks easy to grab for you would be great for us. Thanks. Watch lead to video, attempting a third sample. Oh, little fishy swimming by. Not right.
I think that was
Yeah, that makes sense.
2242.
Watch lead chat is agreeing it looks like the whole thing. Thanks so much.
Yeah, well done, front row.
Oh, little fish.
You got that one? Cool.
Perfect. Yep.
I think that was a shrimp.
Was it?
It's like how it kind of wrecked it on there.
Little fish?
Shrimp. I feel like it's one of the. It's more like the larval crustaceans.
Oh.
Yeah.
It didn't look delicious anyway.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, these polymetallic nodules can be very crumbly. Oh, it's got kind of an interesting crust on the bottom. Wonder what's happening down there. And it looks like there's a little attached fauna on it as well. Correct, 03GO. Nodule does not want to come off the grips there. Little fishy. Yeah!
Nice.
Great job, Pilot. That was a sticky rock. I can't wait to see it when it comes back on deck.
Watch lead video now confirming sample collected.
And that was O3GO into starboard front box.
Yep.
Thanks, team.
I think we're good.
Sorry. If we could grab one more rock, that would be great. If there's one that looks easy.
watch later video confirming attempt of the next collection.
You're welcome to put it in the same box if it's convenient for you, or a different box. We'll give it a different sample name, but they'll be different in size and shape, so we can differentiate them once they get on the ship. Thanks so much.
Yes, that
Yes.
is correct. $23.06. Yep. Perfect.
Oh, sorry. Okay, for folks just turning in, you're watching a live dive from NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. My name's Aurora. I'm here on the comms with TJ, and we are scientists aboard an expedition in the Cook Islands. We're currently on a seamount at approximately 2,835 meters water depth. Oh, and we're in the process of attempting to collect a geologic sample. We've seen an awful lot of rubble, sort of unconsolidated sediment that includes what look from here to be polymetallic nodules. A lot of them have been on the smaller side, similar to what you see kind of at the very bottom of this screen, maybe something like 1 or 2 centimeters across. This is only the second area we've seen where there are also kind of the typical large-sized nodules. I'd say they're sort of 10 centimeters across, sort of potato size and shape, a little bit lumpy, but mostly, somewhat round but irregular. So we're going to try to collect a sample, and we have 2 distinct reasons to be collecting these polymetallic nodules. The first is to look at their geochemistry. So we'll be taking some of these samples back to U.S. Geologic Survey to analyze the major, minor, and trace elements contained within these nodules. This is an area we were not expecting to see so many nodules, so we're pretty curious what they're made of, and that will be one of our main analyses on these rocks. The other is the other analysis is to look at the microbiology within these nodules to see if we can learn something about their formation. It's still a little bit unknown why these lumps form on the seabed. Some folks think it is a biologically mediated process. Others think it's strictly inorganic, kind of chemical reactions.
That's a good
So we're going
grab.
to look at the biogeochemistry and see what we learn. You might notice that there are some small flakes coming off the nodule. That's also really typical of these polymetallic rocks. They are a bit fragile. It's sort of another way that I'm saying these are likely polymetallic nodules. If they were kind of rounded basalt bombs, they would be really hard to break. So all of this helps us to understand the nodules until we can get them up on the lab and the ship for initial analyses, and then back on shore for final analyses.
Video confirming sample collected O4G starboard forward back.
Wait, starboard aft. Yeah,
Starboard aft, that's the
Yeah.
one.
thanks, TJ.
Awesome work, pilots. Thank you, front row. We've just done a pilot change. We now have Paul sitting on the seat.
Watch lead to nav. Yep, feel free to move on whenever you're ready. Thanks so much. Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
All done.
Looks like a bamboo coral in the middle there. So we're on the move. The ship has started to move and the ROV is moving in the same direction so that there isn't too much strength and pull on our tether. So we're continuing to head up the Seamount. We're almost to 2850 meters. It looks like there might be a crinoid. What kind of jellyfish was it? Oh. Oh my goodness, he's so tiny. There's a little black jellyfish floating by. Oh, there he is. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's great. Good eye.
Oh, that was awesome. He's so little, I didn't see him at all. Thanks, pilots.
I think that was a baby Medusa jellyfish.
Yep. Pilots are gently getting us closer to this sponge. this had looked like a goblet before. We're at still around 2,850 meters. I'm about to get a good image of this sponge. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, I now think this one looks like a lotus root with the, you see the holes in the top?
With the, yeah.
Great job, video. Now, I just learned today that there's a type of sponge that has two shrimps living inside it. Right? How would we know if there were shrimp living inside it?
I'm not too sure if it's this one or another sort of genus that Matt was mentioning, but I mean, ideally, you tend to see two little orange things through the tunnels.
So
of
you
the
can really
sponge.
see them in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Chat says this is another glass sponge. Looks like Hyalonematide. I probably butchered that.
Hyalonema, yeah.
Thanks, Steve. All right, we're on the move again. So we are still on a seamount in the Cook Islands. We're west of Palmerston Island. We're currently at 2850 and climbing. We're maybe 2/3 to 3/4 the way through this dive. And we've moved to, we've been seeing a lot of small scale polymetallic nodules. We've seen some pretty large crust formations of polymetallic crusts, likely both of those made of ferromanganese oxide. And on this seamount, we have seen, I don't even know how many species of sponge, but certainly a lot of different types of sponge that are unique here compared to our previous seamount dive 2 or 3 days ago. So it's been very interesting. The underlying geology right now is kind of a mixture. There's some kind of sandy silt being shown, a few larger, likely polymetallic nodules, and a lot of pretty small, maybe I'd call them crustites or little baby nodules in this area of the seamount. Watch lead to nav. Can we have an estimate of the duration of dive we have left, or the time you plan to come up? Thanks so much. Okay, we're continuing to move upslope, now at 2845 meters. Still seeing a lot of polymetallic looking nodules of varying sizes and shapes. Ooh, here's a sponge, maybe?
Oh yeah, that looks like that seems.
Mm.
Definitely another glass sponge.
Okay, Chad is saying this is a
Similar
poliopogon sponge.
polio pogon.
So the lasers are showing that it's maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 centimeters wide. Okay, we're getting a great zoom in here. On this poliopogon sponge. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Oh, quite fibrous. This sponge is kind of crazy. Yeah, thanks, team.
Yeah, thanks, front row.
It's kind of interesting that it's
Sponge.
anchored to the largest rock in the area.
Yeah.
It found a really good spot. Okay. Oh,
Alright, folks. Back row's going to do a switch change here. We've got myself and Aurora heading out, and Chloe and Amanda joining us in a couple of minutes.
yeah, TJ, this one is back to sort of the tulip kind. Or do you want to wait until Amanda comes and we do a full swap? You'll wait, but I go. All right. Thanks, pilots, nav, video, all team. Aurora signing over.
All right, thanks team. Aurora and TJ signing out for shift.
Alrighty, folks. Kia ora tātou katoa te po amai nei te dive. It is now Chloe and Amanda on shift for the science team. Kia ora everyone, my name is Chloe Ragg and I'm a scientist with the Cook Island Seabed Minerals Authority, and I will let my fellow science lead Amanda introduce herself.
Kia ora, this is Amanda Demopoulos. I'm from USGS, Wetland Aquatic Research Center in Gainesville, Florida. And we're enjoying this beautiful seamount in the western part of the Cook Islands exclusive economic zone. This area hasn't ever been explored before, so we get to be the first eyes on the seafloor. We've already done a number of collections so far, including a few different rock specimens, nodules, as well as a biological specimen, which was a deep sea coral, a primnoid. And in the dive in the future, we'll do some additional collections. Looks like we're seeing a different kind of sponge on the lower, it's a type of glass sponge that's dead, as the front row was explaining. They're brown in color when they reach their end of life. I could see the lasers in the view, both red and green. Those are 10 centimeters apart. Yeah, there's a sponge in the center view. I think it's one that we've been watching before. It's another glass sponge. I didn't do it. Not my fault. It's not me. Sorry, there's a gremlin in the control van. No, it's not me. Chloe, would it be better for that screen to be here? Yeah? Okay. Let me check.
Do you want? Yeah, thanks. I think that's the same glass sponge we saw.
Yeah, I think front row is gonna try to get a good look at this larger boulder that's up ahead of us. Might be something perched on top.
Yeah, I think I see that too.
Oh, all right. Nav, watch lead. We're wondering what distance we've covered so far. Whoa. Thanks. Wonder how long it would take to walk that at like a regular person's pace. Not maybe a short. I'm a short person, so regular size. um, like snow boots, snow boots, snow boots. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna keep giggling in the background. It sounds like it's right underneath. It's funny. It sounds like it's right kind of in front of us, but underneath. I don't know. Anyway. looks like we're getting a good view of this glass sponge. You can see it's really firmly attached to the rock underneath. It's got these spicules that are anchoring it to the rock, and then now we're getting a really good view of the pore spaces of this sponge. The sponge uses these pores to pump water through the body, and the water flows through the pores and they capture food. So we've got an ID from the shore side that this sponge is a Poliopogon sponge, euplectellid, which is a type of glass sponge, rather. Poliopogon or Poliopogon. This one.
Poliopogon.
Sure.
Poliopogon.
Thanks, that was great. Great close-up, folks.
Our pilot's just having a shift changeover, and we're taking a look at a Poliopogon sponge.
Fernando to the rescue. Got rid of the gremlin.
There's a little stalk on that boulder.
Oh, yeah. That is nice. We don't need to try to take it. Oh, Levi. What? Oh, my goodness. That's okay. We don't need all of that.
I'm gonna take a wild guess. Does it look like?
The stock?
Let me defer to the biologist, Amanda. What is it?
Oh, the stock?
Yeah.
It's probably a dead glass sponge stock.
Okay.
We've been seeing those throughout the dive. We can keep on rolling.
One, two,
Yeah,
counting two.
multiple.
Yeah, multiple.
So the sponge that we were seeing is in the family Pheronematidae. Pheronematidae. They're just not rolling off my tongue this morning or this afternoon, so I guess I need more caffeine. But appreciate the sponge guidance from Steve Oskovich, who's watching from the shore side. I got to sail with Steve in 2017 in the Pacific. That was a lot of fun. Wish you were here, Steve, but we're having a good time out here and appreciate your help from the shore. Steve, Levi says hi. And Levi still talks to me, so I guess we did okay last time we were here. Chris Ritter also says hi, even though he's not really saying hi. He's listening. Steve says, hi, Levi. Oh, right on. Oh, very cool. Oh, yeah. Every bit. Every last little bit. Well, I'll try to aspire to his detailed nature. Steve also says hi to Chris. Oh. It's good job, Levi. It's a glass sponge, hexagonal. We've been looking at this this type of sponge throughout the dive.
Dead and alive.
Dead and alive, yep. The dead sponge's stalk remains for quite a while on the seafloor and also creates a habitat. I heard all of that. Looks like maybe a dead stalk of something, maybe a coral. Looks like it's fossilized, like encrusted with iron, manganese oxide, manganese iron oxide. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There's another one.
Another sponge. That's right. It's a glass sponge stalk created the foundation for something else to live on. It's another sponge living right on the edge of the stalk. I think I could spend days and days looking at the photo record of all these different sponges that we've been seeing, and I would still be learning.
Does that look like another slowly? Oh no.
Yeah, it's something that maybe part of a sponge. Yeah, maybe we could take a look at that top of the screen. Looks like there's some crinoids hanging out on the stalk of the sponge. Not sure what's going on at the top. And then there's something floating in the water in front of us. Looks like it might be a type of isopod.
Oh gosh.
ROV, if we're able to zoom in on the top of this dock. That would be great. Whenever you guys are ready. I know. It's a mystery. That's why I want to look closer. See what we're taking a look at here. What I can see is a sponge stock with a number of crinoids attached in the middle, and I'm not really sure what's going on at the top.
Just, it's like
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, all
yeah,
these
a
sponges.
lettering of
Yeah.
dead stalks surrounding this one.
Interesting.
Oh, looks like 2 crinoids.
Yeah.
Oh, what an interesting stalk.
I wonder if it's still partially alive, and that's why it's lighter in color. We're keen to look at the top of the stalk whenever you guys are able. Front row. Thanks. Looks like they're little amphipods on the crinoid arms. You can see the sort of orange, red heads, and they're swimming around. Yep, those are tiny crustaceans. Oh, and there's a little bump on one of the arms. That might be one of those parasitic polychaetes. I think Levi knows what he's talking about. That's cool. There is like a bump, which might be one of those, I think they call them myostomids. Yeah, myostomid polychaetes. That's what Steve is also mentioning. And yeah, we're moving up the stalk of the sponge. It almost looks like this might still be live tissue, but very unusual. Sorry, I missed that, Michael. That was perfect. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. You can see like one single spot, one stalk of a sponge is a home to a lot of different organisms. And Steve is confirming that those little lumps on the arms of the crinoids may be those myostomid polychaetes. We often see them associated with the crinoids.
Ooh, that's a crinoid attached to a dead stalk.
Yeah.
This terrain is interesting too. I wonder if it's all
Yeah, it's
hard
really
C4,
varied.
yeah.
It's like really lumpy and a weird texture.
I wonder if it's all hard surface.
Yeah. Another sponge. We're getting some shout outs from the shore side saying that the zoom and resolution of the camera system is A++. That's from Mark Dower. Thanks, Mark. Everyone's doing their best to bring home the deep sea. Ship store is open, everyone. Please send me your interests, wish lists.
Get your bingo numbers.
Bingo numbers. Oh, pretty. There's sponge coming along the way. I know that some of the geologists would love to get a rock in place, which
Yes.
means not loose, and is often very difficult to collect because the in-place rocks like to stay where they are in place.
In place.
All right.
But a geologist can dream.
So this sponge that we've been seeing is in the family Rosellidae. It's also a glass sponge, and the genus is Caulophacus. We saw a number of Caulophacus sponges on the dive so far, and on previous dives on the Nautilus last year using the Little Herc. It's a bit of a sponge graveyard here with all of the stalks poking up off the seafloor. For the Niskin samples, we'll do one at the bottom before we leave bottom for eDNA, and then we'll do 2,000, 1,500, and 1,000 and 500 for DIC. Yeah. We can write that down as a target. Oh, sure. You're right. Good job. You're listening. Thanks. But you can wait to write in the numbers. Just you can put it on the bottom as target, just in case they're just slightly adjusted as the final numbers. So those are target. Very good. Yeah. Boundaries, fluid boundaries. That's right. At the whim of the ROV. Perfect. Thank you for writing that down, so you don't have to depend on my notebook. My trusty notebook, which usually goes with me. So yeah, the seafloor seems to be like a continuous crust, I guess. It's all cemented in place. And what the geologists can do with rocks that are collected from the seamounts is they can actually estimate the ages through a variety of chemical analyses. So then you can get an idea of when the seamount formed in the history of the region based on the context and the analysis. Yeah. So far, I guess we haven't seen that many corals. We've seen at least 2 since I've been looking. It's another glass sponge sort of on the base of a stalk of another glass sponge. Yeah. And there's a crinoid hanging out on the tippy top of the stalk. Maybe another one at the middle part. Let's see. Interesting. I think our dissolved oxygen started out around 3.6, and now is up to 4.6. What does it say on that screen? Oh, maybe it's the units. Oh, it's 3.2. It's the same. It's the units. So the dissolved oxygen's basically been the same throughout the as we've been traversing upslope, and temperature's pretty chilly. We're essentially traversing the western flank of this seamount. Was previously unmapped before this mission, and we have a number of different objectives to accomplish on this dive. The depth range that we're targeting here is similar to the depth, or part of the depth range that we dove at last year using the Little Herc. So we're going to be able to compare with dive data collected from another seamount in the Cook Islands. And that will include the seafloor geology, terrain, and the biology and biodiversity of these areas. ROV pilots, yeah, we're seeing two different kinds of glass sponges in view, hexactinelids. The front row is doing a great job sort of dancing around the seafloor here, getting a better view of each of the sides of these sponges, which help our taxonomists with the identification in the future. All of these sort of slow and steady views improve our ability to assess the biodiversity of these locations. And in addition to the imagery, we're collecting a lot of water chemistry data and water and oceanographic parameters, which gives us a window into understanding what kinds of water masses are bathing these environments over time, and helps us understand the distribution of species and also the seafloor environments themselves, the characteristic seafloor characteristics. So it looks like the sponge is attached to a dead stalk of another one. I feel like we have seen this one before. And there's a crinoid at the top. And I know that you'll have heard this before, but essentially the crinoids do a good job optimizing their location on the sponges. They're up off the bottom. Near bottom, it's hard to access food, but if by going up towards the top of these sponges, they can grab food that's flying past. That's great. Nice. Yeah. They don't really look like they're loose, do they? They're sort of, they look like they might be cemented in. What do you think? Yeah. We saw him before. Spicules. Spicules. Yeah, that's right. This is the best spot in the world. Great close-up of these spicules, and made out of silica. They're part of the glass sponge's architecture, and you can see they do a really great job attached to the stock. Sponges on sponges, that's right, Steve. Sponge stock keeps on providing a useful habitat. Oh yeah. Are you... Can you say that again about the nodule formation?
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, on the up close, you can actually see that the nodules are not round like I looked like to me from this angle, but they're actually regular shaped, which is characteristic of nodules that form on uneven slopes or seamounts, like we're seeing.
Okay.
Very different in comparison to nodules that form on the abyssal plains.
Which we get to look at tomorrow.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I'm excited for
I
that.
hope we get to see
Fingers
some.
crossed.
Yeah. It'll be a nice contrast to today's dive. I don't think the shoreside gets to play bingo, but we get to.
I've had very poor luck with
Oh,
my
you've
bingo
looked?
numbers.
I haven't looked yet. Has anyone won yet? Has anyone? Oh, someone's won? Oh. That's fun. It's great to get a look-see along the seafloor. We've definitely gotten good close-ups of the different types of sponges and sponge associates so far. We've seen a couple of corals on the dive. They're so transparent in color that they're often hard to see, and we miss them before we get to take a close look, but we got to collect earlier. We've also collected a few nodules from the seafloor, so we got a good number of collections.
And we're at about 2,860 meters.
So the sponges that we've been seeing that are sort of curved and long, also called lobate.
Oh, there's a little crinoid attached to the glass sponge that's just going out of our view.
Those sort of lobate sponges are in the family Veronematid. They seem to be pretty common, at least on this dive. We've also seen representatives of the family Roselidae. Appreciate our shoreside assistance on the taxonomy. Pilot, do we lose our... Never mind, I see him. I see your lasers. Do the red lasers stay on all the time and the green ones come and go? I can't remember. Yeah, do the red lasers stay on all the time and the green ones are off and on? Or... Okay. Okay. Is it just me, or am I only seeing the red? I must be... Oh, there we go. Gotcha, gotcha. They're really far away. Okay. I wasn't looking very carefully at the bottom. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, definitely. That's for marine. Yeah. Green ones sort of disappear.
Yeah, a lot of dead stalks. It's almost like a glass sponge graveyard.
Graveyard, yeah.
R.I.P. to all of them. Does it look a little bit encrusted or not? These rocks, they don't look loose, but they could be fooling us.
They could be... Could be what?
They could be fooling us.
It could be fooling us. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they might have been transported from upslope at some point in the past. Let's see what we see. Every time we take a closer look, we seem to find something new. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Caitlin, your X-ray vision eyes have struck again.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, there's a teeny tiny sponge at the tippy top of this rock. I would say that's very small. Very small. Very small. Yeah, right. We'll have to come back and take a look. It is really small. great view of the rock itself. It's that
It's definitely encrusted.
botryoidal shape characteristic morphology. Oh, that's funny. Just waving hi to you, Caitlin. I'm a crinoid. Say hello.
Yeah.
Caitlin sees me.
Caitlin,
I feel special.
Caitlin, you need to be down there right next to D2.
Yeah. She earned it. She earned it. Yeah. I don't know. It could be some sort of detritus or dead material, organic material.
She's not that quite specialized.
No, but it's interesting. The white sort of matte material that's straight ahead of us is kind of unique. I don't know. It kind of looks like something encrusting, like a bryozoan. Not sure if that's what that is, but yeah, that's cool. That's neat. And then there's it looks like right here in front might be a little barnacle that's retracted. Yeah. Neat. Yeah, we don't get a chance to zoom in on the rocks very much. Yeah. So the possible different animals on the rock include bryozoans. It's also a colonial organism. Thanks. Thanks, front row. That was pretty. Never
Thanks,
good enough.
front row, and thanks, Caitlin.
Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. Right on. Guaranteed.
Nothing else I'd rather be seeing at 12:30 on a Friday.
That's right.
Or 2:30 on a Friday.
That's a story from my mom. We spent some time imaging mucus at 2,800 meters. She'd be intrigued. Yep. Yeah.
Ooh, four glass sponges, 5, 6.
Yeah, more live ones.
Yeah.
Again, the longer lobate ones are likely the pheronematids, and we have a few different varieties of stock sponges that we've been seeing on the dive so far. And then the crust is sort of interesting. It's got different texture and shape. With each little step up the seamount, we see something different. It's highly variable.
So we're looking at about how many live sponges am I counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to guess the fifth one in the background. 6.
Yeah.
We're in a glass sponge garden, everyone.
That's right.
And there's a few dead stalks littered too. And
See some crinoids on the dead stalks too.
There's a few crinoids attached to the dead stalk.
Every time I look, I count more sponges, so I think the count keeps going up.
bonjour to anyone tuning in all the way from Brest in France.
Do you know anyone tuning in from France?
Yeah, one of my best friends, Charlene, is tuning in.
Oh, that's
Yep.
fun.
And she's doing her PhD in Brest on something to do with biodiversity on Seamount as well.
Very
so this is
cool.
right up her alley.
Wow.
Charlene, you probably recognize more
Yeah.
than I do.
It's got to be super late in France right now.
It's about 1:30 a.m.
Okay.
So thank you for tuning in.
Is she fluent in French? Or does she speak enough to get through?
Yeah, speaks enough to get by.
That's right. Right on. Good for her.
We're getting some really good shots of these glass sponges, and these are predominantly what we've been seeing on the dive on the Seamount. So we're about 2,807 meters at depth, and on an unexplored seamount to the far west of our Cook Islands EEZ.
And they're doing a watch change in the front row.
Yep, our
we're
pilot's
set.
doing a
Yeah.
quick swap over to take us to the end of this dive operation. Kia koutou te po a mai nei, kia rana, kia rana. Mei take atu waka no te akarongo mai tā mātou komkoma nā runga i te dive. Alright, our pilots are in the driving seat, and we're slowly advancing through this coral sponge garden.
I like that sponge garden. We have a few different scientists on the shore side helping us out with our IDs today and requesting some additional zooms and putting in some ideas for collections. Appreciate everyone participating and helping us out. Couldn't do it without you. Definitely wouldn't be as much fun.
Watch lead to nav, that is correct. It's me, you got Chloe for now. So yeah, folks, as the ROV slowly adjusts itself and makes a move, we continue to see glass sponges. We're on the slope of an unexplored seamount to the west of our Cook Islands EEZ. It's northwest of Rarotonga, our capital, and broadly west of Palmerston. This is an unexplored seamount that we are currently studying. While I look at that view, we're seeing the coral sponge garden just continues, Amanda.
Phenomenal. Beautiful, beautiful. Thanks for letting us explore your underwater backyard, Chloe. Appreciate the chance to do this with you.
Anytime, Amanda. Thanks for D2 and Sirius. And your pilots that are driving them.
Yeah.
Does that look like some...
Ooh, there's
Ooh,
something.
Look at that. Is that a...
Looks like maybe a sea cucumber.
Can we get a zoom in on that?
Cucumber. I'm curious what you saw,
I know,
Caitlin.
yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah, I'm no biologist, but is that
it's a rock.
Amanda, does that look like a type of holothurian?
It looks like a holothurian. Yep, sea cucumber. We saw one at the early part of this dive. It looks a lot like this one. And I gave a whole little spiel about sea cucumbers and how they're really highly adapted to select food off the seafloor. They're like vacuum cleaners of the deep, moving over the seafloor, picking up organic matter that they need for their nutrition. And they process a lot of material, so they have a big impact on the cycling of nutrients and sediment in deep sea.
Thank you for that, Amanda.
You're welcome. Oh, look at
that
you.
beautiful holothurian.
Pretty in pink. Oh, nice. Getting a good view of the seafloor texture as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's all two for one special.
I was looking at the seafloor.
Yeah. Highly varied. Oh, this one's a different one than we saw earlier today. Different shape, different morphology. So we'll have to take a look and figure out which one we are looking at. This is a good beauty shot of the sea cucumber. Yeah, I'm not. It's all kind of amorphous at this point. But we've got some good folks on the shore side giving us a hand. Hopefully we can get some information. That's great. I'm very happy. Thank you very much. Science is all good. Thanks.
Unrelated to the holothurian, those small nodules, there are some geologists, when they categorize the nodules during sample collection, classify them, Amanda, as popcorn nodules.
Popcorn nodules.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is a classification name according to some geologists because they look like popcorn. attached to dead stalk.
Yeah, the jury's still out on that organism we were looking at that was pink. I'll have to take a closer look at the video. It was really smooth. Be fun to figure out what these crinoids are that are attached to the stalks of the sponges. Some another kind of
It's
echinoderm.
very interesting that we're seeing mostly glass sponges and crinoids attached to them. On the expedition you guys did last year, did you see something similar on the seamounts you did a dive on?
That's a good question. We were looking at some of the old data from last year, and I'd say in general, a lot of these animals that we've been seeing, we saw last year as well. But as far as on the seamount, I'd have to take a closer look at the list of species.
And those seamounts were to the far east
Yeah.
of our EEZ.
For where we are.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the seamount we're on right now is to the far west of our Cook Islands EEZ.
That's right. I mean, in the end, it's such a small section of your EEZ, so creating an understanding of the broader deep sea is hard from just simply a snapshot. But every dive, we gather more information and yields new insights.
We're slowly approaching 2,800 meters at depth of the seamount.
Still keeping my eyes peeled for more corals.
Well, there's definitely a lot of dead stalks.
Or a shark, that would be cool too. Someone's knocking over these stalks. Maybe it's a big fish. Or a swimming hole they're in. Yeah, so the ROV is sort of crisscrossing back and forth as it traverses upslope. Oh. 7 minutes before off bottom? Oh. Got. Not yet then. It's not imminent. thinking we could just like reach out and grab just a little crusty bit. But it's definitely a lot harder than it seems. Collecting rocks on the seafloor is no easy feat. Okay, now I'm seeing the green lasers, but not the red ones. Pilot, watch lead. Do you know if the red lasers are on? Now I see them. Thank you.
One could almost say these glass sponges have a monopoly on the seamount.
That's right. I see a lot of stalks and then bases, just sort of the foundation of them.
I guess and the only ones they allow onto their seamount are the crinoids.
Another live glass sponge, the lower part of the screen. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. Good to keep track. More of these sponges coming into view.
So these glass sponges are deep sea dwellers with skeletons made of silica, which is why they have the glass-like appearance. Right, Amanda?
They do.
They don't have mouths, eyes.
Well, they're really simple structures, and they just are built to pump water through their system, capture food through their pores.
Wow, they can actually form dense glass gardens. Which is interesting because we've been referring to what we've been seeing as somewhat, of a glass sponge garden. some cases they can grow up to 3 meters long.
Yeah, they can get to be quite big, and in the deep sea live a very long time. Hundreds of years. Well, I see a sponge just behind it, and I'm thinking we might want to try and collect it. There's one in the distance behind the rock. White object. Okay. What's our off-bottom time, Nav? In how many seconds? Yeah, way over there. Over yonder. Sorry, Sarah. I should have been more descriptive.
Amanda, what's the lifespan like this for glass sponges?
They can be quite old, at least hundreds of years old. I can't tell you the oldest sponge ever dated, but Chris Ma is just reminding me that there was a glass sponge in the deep sea off Hawaii that was on the size of a Volkswagen bus. So if you can imagine, basically bigger than the size of D2.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's amazing.
enormous.
Well, some of these glass sponges have probably been around
For
since
quite
my
a while.
ancestors
Yeah.
roaming the seas.
So, Nav, say that again clearly to me so I can use both my ears. What are... So we have time for a water sample, Nav, is that what you're saying? Okay, thanks. Looks like we're going to be coming off bottom soon, shore side, so your help is always appreciated. We'll keep your wish list in mind for the dive tomorrow and the next few dives. We're going to be diving on the Seamount again in a few days, so stay tuned for that. I will make sure to note that some of the sponges that we've been seeing are hot targets. Just a moment, please. Get ready. Chloe, are you ready for a sample?
We're ready.
Okay. Back row is ready. All right, Niskin fired.
This is eDNA.
Yes, ma'am. Depth is...
It's a little shrimp that swam by.
2793. shoreside, thanks again for your help. We're ascending from our Seamount dive in the Cook Islands. We'll be diving again tomorrow, this time in an abyssal plain target close to the edge of the Cook Islands underwater backyard where it merges or adjoins American Samoa boundary. We'll be working again with Chloe and TJ from the Seabed Minerals Authority. I'm out here with Aurora from the United States, and looking forward to diving again tomorrow. As far as timing and so on, the dive plan will come to you all in a bit, but we'll be likely diving around the same time as we did today.
message now. We fired off our first bomb.
echoed from back row. Is that what just swam by? Is that another little nudibranch? No. This is watch lead. We're targeting 2,000 meters. This will be dive 4 sample 6, Niskin 2 by my notes. Yes. Our convention is just N. We've got N1 through 5 on our tracker. I'm not sure where that came from, but that's what we're given. I'm back here. Hiding in the corner. Yeah, we're at 2004. Go ahead and pop the Niskin, please. Many thanks. Our next Niskin is going to be at 1500, so smaller difference than between the last ones. I'm guessing maybe 15 minutes. Watch late to nav. Did you start with Niskin 5 or Niskin 1? And that's the Niskin that's on the right. Perfect. Thanks. We've got two different trackers here that weren't speaking the same language. I told her she could go. It's not a. But you're here just in time because we're about to do. This was the wrong way. Don't worry. I'm. Well, these are numbered counterintuitively compared to how these were numbered.
This was right.
Yes, it was. Yeah, watch lead. I think I did 10 meters before it was my goal for last time. So we could do a countdown, but whenever you're ready is close enough. 10, 9, 68, 60. Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, thanks, team. Confirming that should be sample 6. Perfect. Gotta keep things exciting on the ascent. So by my count, that was sample 7, water, in Niskin 3. Oh, they were so good. Nope. Oh, was that some phlegm? Watch lead to front row. We've just passed halfway. Shall we start the countdown? I'm joking. I'm joking. I was just joking. just, just if you want a super long countdown. Yeah. very excited. Oh, so excited for last one. Someone do a countdown. Yeah. Awesome job, team.
You okay?